Okay, welcome everyone. We are back, and I think the stream is now back again in full HD. So that means you guys can actually appreciate the stream and see everything on screen. I changed some settings. I think there was some sort of an automatic setting in OBS or in Streamlabs, and when I click live, that would change the resolution. I'm not sure why, because my internet connection is pretty good and should be pretty good for streaming, but for some reason it decided to put it to 720, and that's why the past two streams were on 720p. But it's fixed, so it should be good now. I want to do some sound design today. I just want to have some fun, make some random sounds, not really necessarily work on a track or anything. Just do some interesting stuff and see what we can come up with, and just make some sounds that I can use in other tracks or in tracks that I'm still working on. So, what should we make first? And I'm just quickly checking my drivers, if they are set correctly. They are. Okay, good. So, I hope you guys are doing great. And girls, hope you're all doing good. Before we start, if you want to join the Discord, then just use the link that'll be in the chat as the moment the Streamlabs bot wakes up. So it'll be in the chat in just a little bit. You can use the invite link to join the Discord, where you can talk about music production, ask me questions when I'm not streaming, share your music, get feedback from other people as well in the Discord. Just check out what the rules are for the feedback. And yeah, just check it out if you want. So, I see a couple of things. Atmos and bass serum. I guess I do want to make some bass stuff. I had one idea that I wanted to try out or wanted to play around with, and that is just exploring distortion a little bit. So, bass would be a good thing for that. I guess atmosphere could work too. We can distort atmosphere and see what happens. But I think I do want to start with maybe some bass. But yeah, like I said, I want to see sort of like, I guess explore, not necessarily maybe do too much inside serum at first, but just make like a very simple patch, start distorting it, and then start tweaking the patch, going into the distortion, if you get what I mean. Anyways, let's switch. Welcome. Let me make that good. And let's just open up a serum, I guess. I've also been reinstalling all the Ableton packs that were missing in the last stream. And I reinstalled them, but there's some kind of a weird thing happening. So I've sent Ableton an email. I was like, yo, what up with this? Because my licenses for all my packs work in Live 10, but they don't work in Live 11. So it's a little bit weird. So I have all the packs installed again, but if I go, for instance, to a pack right here and then click a sample, it gives me at the bottom here that the sample may be corrupt or not licensed. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not corrupt, because all the packs do this, all the packs that are not free with Live 11. So they're probably not corrupt. It's probably just some licensing issue. So I'm not sure why it's happening, but I'll just wait until I get a response. Yo, Greedo, welcome. Trash too. Yeah, Trash is great. I've honestly been using a lot of the Melda stuff recently, like the Melda Wave Shaper. It's very similar to what I would use when I use Trash, but it does have some more options, like some extra little options for when you're setting up the bends that Trash doesn't have, and that makes it pretty powerful. Like you get, for instance, linear phase bends and stuff like that, and all kinds of other options as well, which makes it quite good for like distorting stuff that is bass, for instance. But still, Trash is always good as well. So yeah, let's just start with something really basic. I guess we can use the harmonic series so we get some different pitches as well, and some weird ones that might be cool. Let's just smash it through a distortion, 100%. See what we get. Sub bass. Yeah, let's put that there. And let's put a little bit of something like this on here, so that we get a bit of movement on it in terms of the volume, so that runs into the distortion, and that's obviously when the volume goes down we get less distortion, and we can utilize that maybe. Let's make it a bit slow for now. Set that the envelope or trigger, doesn't really matter. And let's see. So I'm working on a track in D, so I think I'll make a lot of the sounds in D right now. Might be able to use them in a track that I'm currently working on, and if not, then I'll make a different track in that key, or just pitch them around. Okay. Gonna add some stuff to it that makes it move a little bit. Sure. And what I think could be fun is, what if we take another sine wave, so that when this one goes up, this one will bring the volume up of this sine wave, so that we still have sub when that one goes up to a higher note. Let's see what happens if we do that. Okay. Interesting. Should we do... Like, I'm just unsyncing all of these, because then we get a whole bunch of random stuff. So let's just bring this down, bring that down, assign some macros to this. And then if I do this, and then click that one and click that one, they automatically show up on my MIDI controller. Like, it's not gonna do much because it's just sine waves, but it's still doing something, so gives a little bit more of a rhythmic kind of thing. So let's see what happens if we play around with that. I'm doing quite a bit in Serum now, I know, but bear with me. Like, that's without the distortion. Interesting. Some interesting stuff happening when I play multiple notes. I played there. I just played that low D note, and because this patch is not monophonic, it's actually polyphonic. I can just play other things on top, and we get these really weird sort of like interactions between the two notes because of the very heavy distortion, which could actually be pretty cool. I'm also going to map LFO 2. All of these, let's map that to the mod wheel. Oh, that's only one. So now we don't get this one. I still hear it though. LFO. Still hear it. What is it controlling? Hmm? It's only controlling this, so... Oh, the mod wheel is not all the way down. Ah. So now we don't get it at all. Or do we? Why is it still doing something? I assigned the mod wheel to this one, and it's all the way down. Why is this still moving around if this LFO 2 is connected to a whole bunch more things? Ah, my bad. Holy shit. That was stupid. Hilarious. There we go. So now we only get the... It's like it almost works like an arpeggio now. Turn it up a bit. I don't have enough fingers or hands. I can't reach the speed of the. I need a sustain pedal. That's interesting. I do like when we have the mod wheel as well. Does some weird shit. Okay, interesting. What I'm gonna do now is let's get rid of this distortion here. Let's add some reverb. Should we maybe have a little bit of the distortion so we get some more harmonics? So that we get a bit more reverb as well. Now, let's bring that one up a bit. Now, let's add some distortion. So, let's grab this one. Two bands for now. Wait, you know what? Actually, let's use just a single bend for now. See, that reverb is now becoming part of the sound, which is what we want. Shut up. Sorry, my bad. Shut up. Yeah, you been to Rampage? It was nice. I wasn't there. Oh. Like that. Let's select that one. Like we can just do this as well with like an oscillator that's an octave higher or 2 octaves higher, whatever it is. But this is kind of cool having it polyphonic because we can just blend that extra note in there. And if we set this to we can set it to legato, or can we? Polyphonic legato? Ooh. Interesting. So, just record some of those, because they're quite cool. Need to make the let's go for a bit more of a one like that maybe. Getting some clicks as well, but can just raise this up a little. Okay, cool. We have a bunch of weird ones there. Let's duplicate this one. Let's do this one more time, but this time with the loop turned on, because then we get some weird shit when this is on trigger. Because this one loops as well, and then this one loops every time it's done, it loops over. So if we speed it up a bit, we should get... I wish I had a large hand, one gigantic hand that would allow me to play that low D note and then just other notes on top. And at the same time move this around, but my hand isn't that big. Nobody's hand is that big. Now this is all just oh wait, this wasn't even recording. Let's do one where we're recording. This is all basically just playing well, when I'm recording it, I'm recording the MIDI, right? So I'm recording it without the reverb, basically. I'm just recording the MIDI. And when I want to bounce this, I can always, because there's some of these reverb tails that blend into the next sound and such that you can kind of hear coming up when there's nothing playing. I might want them with, but I could also decide like I want them without, and then just use like the maybe even the version without any distortion, just bounced, and then use that to sort of like chop it up, but with a reverb on top of that, and the same distortion applied to that file. So, like, let's say right now, let's say we are happy with this, and we want to bounce it to like samples. We can bounce it with the reverb and distortion, of course. I would do that. But then I probably would also bounce maybe just a version without these, or even a version without the reverb and with the distortion, and then a version without both of them, so that we just have what comes out of Serum. And then you can really just later, if you also save this effects chain, basically, just drag that into a track when you're using the clean version to chop it up, and then apply the same thing afterwards to the chopped up version. And then you can just, you know, when there's nothing playing, the reverb is still there, and you're not cutting it off. So I would always do that. That's why I'm also not recording the audio right now, because then I can't go back. And now I can always still, at the end of this sound design session, let's say tomorrow or something, I can go through this and I can just start bouncing, you know. First bounce everything the way it sounds, then start bouncing things without effects, with effects, saving the effects change, saving the patches, stuff like that, you know. Continue forever. I'll try. Still waiting for that immortality gene though, but we'll give it a shot. I'm up for the challenge. Yeah, let's record this. So let's just do like yeah, let's just record. sick. Did you hear that? Woo! That's sick. Ooh, variation. Ooh. I'm mostly playing things in D major Phrygian or D Phrygian dominant, which gives these really interesting harmonies. There's like a ton of major intervals there, or major harmonies, when you're looking at the chords of that scale, where you kind of expect it to be minor, but it then is major. And I'm playing a couple of those notes overlapping. So I'm just, let's say when I'm playing a D, I'm just playing on the higher notes. I'm playing like an F sharp or an A, which F sharp would be the major third and A would be the perfect fifth. And then every now and then I go to that flat six, which is the A sharp on top of D. So I'm creating these really interesting, sort of like, yeah, almost harmonies that are happening. And those are doing really interesting things with the distortion. So I'm just going to go on with this because it sounds kind of cool. And even some of the higher bits, like if we play some low notes, because there's reverb on it, and that reverb is then running through the distortion. When I play a low note, and then stop it, there's still some sub going on, right? That's the reverb. And if I then have a high note also playing, and then let the high note still play without the sub note, or when the sub note is decaying with the reverb, you can hear that sub is still affecting the high note. Because if I play just a high D, for instance, it's pretty clean, unless until that mod wheel automation comes in. But oh, it's now doing. We need to connect this one to the mod wheel, like that. But it's just, it's pretty clean, right? But then if we play, let's just play an A note instead. So it's pretty clean. But then if we play a low D and an A note together, we get that. And then I'm gonna stop that D note. Do you hear how the first one sounded really interesting? That one is clean, but... Damn, there you go. Some of those then start to sound really interesting because of that distortion. It's basically still a subnote that's under there, but it's just really quiet because it's the reverb decaying out. And that then interacts with the distortion still, which is so good. Yeah, and when I play around with this, I hear so many sounds and things and like details and things that are happening that made me go, ooh, I've heard that in tunes. You know, it's like one artist that's really well known for doing these kind of things over the years, even back in the day, like old school stuff, is Noisia for sure. This and like pushing EQ automations into distortion, those two things is two things that they definitely have been doing a lot. It's creating power chords. Well, that depends on what notes you play, right? If I play a D and an A sharp, which is not a power chord, and then let that, I should play it higher, but see, we also got distortion. Now we got a different distortion. But it's creating harmonics based on the difference between the two notes. So you play two notes, they're overlapping, and the difference between those two notes is where the new harmonics are coming from, and it's very interesting. And it creates these beautiful sounds. Yeah, I mean, I like playing around with stuff like this, like just taking very basic sounds, very simple things, because right now, let's just be honest, it's just a couple of sine waves, and pushing that through distortion and just doing weird shit to it to see what happens. Cross-armed. Also, when I let a note go mid distortion, like in the middle of one of those distortions, or change the note when it's doing something in the middle of those distorted bits, it changes the tone, and there's weird artifacts happening because I'm just switching to a different note, and they might be overlapping ever so slightly, or the release is overlapping with the start of the next note, and it creates these weird, I don't know, weird interactions with the distortion, which is cool. See, stuff like that, it's just weird. Two notes right beside each other. Yeah, sure. That's quite a lot of stuff. These were cool. These bits here. These are really sick. Like that start, that was really cool. There's some really weird shit happening with that. Just in general, some of the bits there we can definitely cut out and make some really cool stuff with. Cool. Made some more sounds. What should we do now? Let's do a different sound. I guess we can do some atmosphere now. I guess we can do some atmosphere now. Like atmosphere these days, I'm just my go-to is really pigments at the moment. It's just so powerful. It's honestly so powerful, this thing. Like even just the basic samples that come with it. It's like when you turn it into granular, immediately we get like atmospheric stuff. But let's do it a little bit more interesting. Let's get rid of that. Like I like to pick literally just tracks. Usually that works pretty well. Like cinematic tracks, stuff like that. Let's just take a random one. Oh, that's MP3. That's wave. Like just take a random tune. That's really quiet. There you got your ambience, your atmosphere. And if we want to figure out what that is, well, easiest way is to just put a tuner on it and see what happens. That usually works. This time it doesn't though. Okay. See, it's not that, it's actually this. It's finding the pitch now. But we have some randomness, so that makes it more interesting. In this case, best option is probably be to take an EQ. And just look at what's happening here. You see some peaks happening here. This one is pretty clear. That's around E. Or find what the original pitch is of the tune, or put another one in here, like just that seems in pitch. Yeah, that's in pitch. So that is 17 semitones. That's +5. If we play C, and then bring this one down -5, and then put this one on 12. Wait, we can adjust it in here as well. Here we actually have a root node. See, that's the question. Which one is it? Is it C or is it F? Like the bass note is playing C right now. Sounds pretty good though. That's C. I think it's that. Which would mean that now it should be in play. At least for this position. Like, if as soon as we change this, it's gonna be different again, of course. G. I mean, depends on what I'm playing, right? I'm playing a D now. And this is playing a D. Yeah, C and G. Yeah, okay. Which means then now it should be in tune. Like, let's see. If we change... See? That's different. Yeah, I'm playing a D note, so it makes sense that it would be D and A. Like, I wouldn't even put this one in the same patch, honestly. I would just work on making this its own patch. So let's say we have a MIDI clip here of, what is that, 32? 64, that's a bit long. Let's do 32. Arrow. So let's say this is your intro, right? And we want to have an atmosphere that sort of like builds throughout, so it like gets bigger and bigger. This could be a good point at which it could start, right? Like, just as an example, let's just put some basic hats in here. let's just grab a sample. I'm not really too fond of working too long on this. Let's just grab drums, loops. Oh wait, let me go to sample packs, drums, loops, some percussive things. Oh wait, this pack has all the separate stems. Yeah, sure, that'll do. Let's do this, and let's loop that. Loop, okay. Can you just be that long, please? Oh, you are. Nice. Don't like it. And we need just I can just, why am I doing so fucking difficult? I can just grab a one-shot hat. All we need is literally just so like a one-shot hat just going on the 1/4. Yeah, sure. There we go. Just a little, or every 2 beats, or every 4, every beat or every 2 beats. I'm not sure, but something like that, just so that we have an intro kind of thing. Sounds like you're hearing D, F, A. Could be. The F could be there, then it would be a D minor chord. D, F, A. But let's say we want to make this grow throughout this section. We can work on that. Just set up some stuff here, so let's just make a patch for that, so that we can make a nice... Let's just make a patch that I can use for that I can then afterwards, all I have to do is just chuck in a different sample here, and I'm good to go for a new patch, basically, for a whole new sound. So what do we want to have? Something like this. And then we want to... let's do macro 1 to the filter cutoff. So that's going to be our filter. We can automate that throughout. So it gets bigger. Webcam will be back in just a little bit. There's a lot of bass in that. But that's something we can take care of. But you can already hear how this could be an intro pad. It needs to become bigger though, towards the end there. We want to make sure that we can add like really a lot of distortion at the end. So that could work right in front of a drop as well. Like there needs to be more high end here. But you can hear how that would definitely work as an intro kind of thing. One thing we can try is using a higher MIDI note, because I think, yeah, we're using D0. That should be better. Now we get more high frequencies. And you can see how easy this is. I'm literally just using a tune that is a bit more of an atmospheric kind of track, like a cinematic track. For like, you can see what it is. It's one of the Life Beyond soundtrack tracks of the first Life Beyond video on the Melody Sheep channel. So it's just from that soundtrack, but you can already hear how we can turn that into a beautiful atmospheric sound. So let's do some more stuff here. I'm still thinking we have a lot of bass here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another filter. Set it back to serial. So now it goes into filter 1 and then into filter 2. And then let's switch this one out. So I'm gonna remove that. Oh wait, I removed the wrong thing. That was this. We need to remove this bad boy. Now that's not moving around anymore. And let's go and grab ourselves a different filter. Let's try the Surgeon and then do high pass, which is a nice steep high pass. And then let's bring this and bring it down a bit so that over time it's basically going to open up this thing both ways. So just to give us a bit more of an idea of what that would sound like, let's do 2 more tracks here. And let's grab ourselves some kind of a kick real quick. Sure. Just so that we have a bit of drums going here. You can hear what it sounds like with some drums. Those are shit. Don't like them, but it'll do for now. That's a shit snare. Holy shit. Let's go to my own samples. We might have a good snare there. Sure. Still a shit snare, but a little bit better. Definitely better in terms of the sound. Oh, it's a bit... I did it too slow. But actually, let's just do this. So just... Boom, ka, boom, ka, boom, ka, boom, ka. And then we have a little gap at the end. Everything cuts out. It needs to be until here. In before we just make a full fucking intro, but hey. And like, this is just coming from... coming from that tune. Want a different atmosphere? Now we have a different atmosphere. That actually sounds pretty nice too. Slow that bad boy down. 2 bars. Do that. Set that to here and set that to there. And then let's assign function 1 to the start position. Ever so slightly. I think that's already too much, but... It's a little bit of a delay happening in it, but that's something we could fix. It's probably because of the density or the length. Oh, idea. Synchronize this. Yeah, it's 1 beat late. See? Or an 8 note late. Here. You can do some pretty cool stuff with this. It's a really weird mode. Ooh. Now it's silent when the kick hits, and then right after the kick it comes up. Almost like a sidechain built into the patch. That's so good. Like, it's just making that... This is just a velocity curve of every grain. So, you can hear if we do this, it kind of starts on the kick already. But then if we sort of like squeeze that down... That's so good. I love dotted timing as well. That's so good. There's some really high resonances in the sound, but that's something we can take out with Soothe. You can do so many weird things with it. Bro, I downloaded Pigments. I want to learn how to use this granular synth. Is it better than Form? I guess Form is slightly different, though. Form is that reactor one, right? Form is different. Form is, like, quite different from a lot of granular synths. It does granular, too, but it does it in a different way. In Form, you are basically always working with sort of like modulating the start position. Like, you can make it static, but by default it's always already moving the start position around, and you get that sort of like shape editor that is connected to the start position of the waveform. So it's always already sort of like modulating stuff by default, whereas Pigments, it will start completely static unless you assign modulation to it. But I would say it's better. Yeah, I would say it's better, but I guess Form is easier to use to just, you know, throw random shit at it and see what comes out and just hope for some happy accidents. That's what Form is really good for. Like, you just chuck something in there, you just start messing with it, and you're most likely gonna get something cool out of it. Same thing goes with Pigments, though, but it's a little bit more, you know, you have to set everything up yourself because it's like a synth, right? Whereas Form is kind of like it's kind of like a sound mangling tool, if that makes sense. Where as opposed to like an actual synth, like, it is a synth, of course. It's an instrument. You can use it as an instrument. It has an oscillator in it as well, so it's definitely in some ways a synth. But it's more like a tool to mangle sound, in my opinion. Whereas Pigments is a full-on synthesizer. It has regular synthesis, like subtractive. It has additive synthesis. It has wavetable synthesis. It has a sampler. It has granular synthesis within the sampler. And then you've got this whole effects panel. You've got the sequencer, the arpeggiator. You've got all your modulation sources over here. So this is a lot more like a full-on synthesizer, whereas Form is more like, yeah, like I said, just a tool to mangle up samples, which can also be used sort of like as a basic synthesizer. So is Quanta a similar thing? Quanta is similar, but it would only be similar to the sampler engine turned to granular. So it's Quanta is kind of like, Quanta does something that Pigments also can do, but Pigments can, next to that, do a whole bunch more things that Quanta will never be able to do. Yeah, Form sits a little in between an instrument and an effect. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like, it takes something that you put into it, and then it turns it into something else. But it really just mangles up that sample, which is really cool. Don't get me wrong, it's really cool. I've used it a lot. But I wouldn't actually call it a synth. I would say Reactor is then the synth, right? Reactor is the synthesizer, but Form is an instrument built in Reactor that is just built in a way that it allows you to mangle samples and then play them back again. So I don't know. It's a hard one, but it's definitely doing different things. But you could do a similar thing in here. Like, you could take one of these functions and just create your own shape here, assign that to the start position, and then the playhead here is going to move around depending on what you do in here. So yeah, you could do a similar thing, but there's so many more things you can do. And the one thing I love about pigments here is what I'm just doing here, for instance, syncing the density of the grain. So it normally it's set to hertz mode, and then you get like really fast times, right? So you get really smooth sounds. What do we do? Oh, the ratio here. So you get really smooth stuff, right? But if you go slower, you get that, right? Which is really cool. And most granular synths will allow you to do that, but they will most likely not be tempo synced. You will have to do it by hand. Whereas Pigments just gives you the tempo sync options, which is really handy. So you can just say dotted something. And there you go. And now it triggers a grain every dotted 8 note. And you've got the ratio here, which we can change to anything if we want to make it exactly the same length, or we want to do something else. Now they overlap. Make it really short. But I like the ratio if we're doing time synced stuff. But it's just, I don't know, it's really powerful. And I love the one thing about Pigments that I like a lot is with Quanta, when you're doing modulation, it's a pain in the ass. Let's be honest. If you want to do modulation in Quanta, it's a real pain in the ass. You have to go into the modulation matrix panel, which is a completely different tab of the plugin. If you click on the modulation matrix, you don't see the rest of the plugin. You only see the modulation matrix, basically. And there you can assign your modulations, and you need to go and find your thing. And I know you can click on the parameter, and then it pops up in the modulation matrix or something like that, and then you can modulate it. But it's still annoying, because if you want to change something or see at any moment of time what is modulated by what, you have to go away from the main panel of the plugin into the modulation matrix. And in Pigments, you've got your modulation matrix down here at all times, and all your modulators are below that. And I can still see this panel, so I can see exactly when I play this what is moving. This is moving. I'm not sure what it's connected to, but that's the filter. So that's this filter right here, right? And Macro 2 is controlling the depth of that. So it's really easy. I can see that this one moves something. See, we can see the macro moving. It's all the way down now, and it's coming up. So at any time we can see what is going on, which is so much more easier. Want to modulate something, all we have to do is click one of these and just say click, and then go to the parameter where we want to modulate it to, which is so much more straightforward than going into a modulation matrix and then finding the two values of the modulator and the destination, and then finding where they cross in the matrix and then changing the value there. It's just cumbersome, you know? I mean, it took me maybe like a couple of days, but at that time I was also working on a presynth pack for Pigment, so I worked with this plugin for like 8 hours a day or something like that for like a couple of weeks straight. So yeah, then you start to learn your way around it quite quickly. So the effects panel as well, there's so many cool effects. Like this is just a pitch delay, but that one allows you to do some really cool stuff. Like, you hear how spooky sounds it immediately creates because of that tritone interval. I think that's a tritone. 3 semitones? Is that a tritone? I could be wrong. Do perfect fifth. Octave. So you can hear how you can, for instance, combine that with, I don't know, reverb. You've got an auxiliary send channel right here. So let's say reverb and a delay like that, and you can create like a shimmery kind of reverb in that way. Not the best option for this patch, but I'm listening to how it sounds there at the end, because now I want to use the scale here, and let's assign that to the same knob as the filter here. Which basically means that when this is all the way down, so right here at the start, this is also all the way down. You don't see it, but it is all the way down. I'm not sure why this is not showing the analyzer, because normally it would show an analyzer, I think. Not sure why that is. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just crazy. Oh no, I don't think it did that. I think that's one of the feature requests I submitted. Where I was like, yo, like if you're gonna do the visualizer here, might as well do it here. You know? Like this is moving around, so might as well do it here so we can see a little frequency analyzer behind it. That would be great. Stuff like that. How much is pigment? I'm not entirely sure from the top of my head. Like, I was sent this plugin to do a preset pack. So, I don't know how much it is normally, but you can look that up on Google, right? Shouldn't be too hard. You'll find price. Yeah, exactly. You can find it, right? Come on, mate. You can do it. Do you need a little message of encouragement? I can do that. Need a little Prince EA motivational speaker? Sure, we can do that. That can be arranged. I really don't know from the top of my head. I would have to look it up. Now, we can also modulate this. So we can say, for instance, let me show you a really cool thing, by the way. Because what did I just modulate? This EQ thing. I mean, that's pretty cool. But let's say we want to have something mapped to here, but we want to control how quick it comes up. Like right now, this comes up like that, right? In a linear line. But let's say we want to have something that also comes up during this entire duration, but more like that. We could assign that to a different macro, right? Let's just call this one, by the way, this is the filter envelope. Let's say we can assign something to a different macro and then just create a curved shape for that macro knob, right? And then assign all the things that we want to come up slower to that different macro. That would be an option. But that also uses another macro knob, right? And we might just want to, you know, use our macros wisely for other things as well. So we already have a knob going up, macro 1, the filter. That one is coming up already in a linear way. We just want something to come up along with that, but following a different sort of like curve. Well, we can do that. We can go to the combinators here. So you can see combinate, click that, and you have all of these. Let's just use combinate 3 for now. Or let's just use combinate 1, that might be better to be a little bit more organized. We're going to set that to remap. And then we can select the source, macro 1, and then the amount is going to be all the way up. And then if I do this, then now this combinator, so combinate 1, is now taking whatever automation we put in here, or it's taking this movement from here to here, and it's curving that. So when I automate this one in a linear line, what comes out of combinate 1 is actually curved. So comes up gradually in an exponential way. And if I assign this to something now, it's not going to come up linearly like macro 1 is doing, but it's actually going to be curving, which is really cool. I can try if we can use that. So let's say we want to do some heavy distortion at the end here, so that during the end of this thing, it gets a bit more distorted. Let's grab the distortion module. And then I'm going to create a point here and just make something like this. Let's just do that. And then curve that a little bit. So now during this entire section, so that is the first 3/4 of this macro knob, it's actually staying all the way down. So even though this is moving up, this combinator is still staying to this center line. You can see it as well. It's not doing anything. And then the moment we get to 3/4 of the way, you can see that this one is going to start moving up. There we go. See? Now it's starting to come up. So now if we take that and assign it to something in here, for instance the distortion, let's take it off of auto gain. Might be a little bit loud now, so let's bring down the output gain. Already get quite a bit of distortion, so let's bring this down. And then let's assign combinate 1 to the drive here. And now only on the last part, it's going to come up. So in the last 4 bars, it's going to start coming up. See, so in that last section, it just gets a bit more distorted. Just to show a little bit better. See, so we can really affect very nicely how our modulation system works. It's so powerful. And I wish more synths had this. Like Vital has it. Vital has the mod remap thing. Serum has it kind of. It has those very tiny little things in the mod matrix that you can curve, which is kind of similar, but it doesn't allow you to do stuff like this. But this is really cool. Like, this is a bit much. Let's take it down and maybe take a different shape. And we can also assign it to the dry wet. Oh, that's pretty cool. And then maybe not as much, so do a little bit like that maybe. this Ableton skin can be downloaded from my Patreon. And I can see that right before you asked that, the bot already put the link to my Patreon in the chat, which is patreon.com/artifacts. And there you can download my Ableton skins, samples, and a whole bunch more stuff. I'm not entirely sure what to do with this month's sample pack. Because we had the channel that got hacked, I have had almost no time to make any samples. Well, maybe I can take a couple of the things that I made in this stream and put them in a little pack for this month. I don't think this month's pack is going to be really big, like I said, because I just didn't have any time. I've been installing my software, reinstalling Windows, getting the channel back with Google, all that bunch of stuff, so I just didn't have much time this month. But I'll try and get some stuff together for the sample pack this month. Yeah, this is Pigment's 3.5, actually. You've really been living under a rock. Not only have you missed the release of Pigment's 3, but you've also missed the release of Pigment's 3.5. It's even better. Amazing. No, I was contacted by Arturia, and they were like, yo, we have a new update coming out for Pigment's 3.5. Would you like to make a preset pack for it? I was like, yeah, sure. So I made a bunch of the wavetables that are included with this new update. And there's a preset pack or a sound pack available on the Arturia website, which you can buy and then use, which has presets from me, Gaidra, and a couple of other people. What was it called? Bass Thermal. That was what the pack is called. You are super confused. You have actually purchased 3.5. That's awesome. While you're talking about the Patreon, I just wanted to say your Patreon is well worth it, especially with the quality of the samples and other downloads. You've done a super solid job with that, so props. Thanks a lot. I'm thinking about other stuff we can do on the Patreon. I'm thinking about doing something like Patreon feedback, where you guys can send me your tracks, and I will do a video on the Patreon, or something else. I'm not sure we can... Can we do Patreon-only live streams? Then we can do it live. That would be fun. But I'm thinking about doing some stuff like that as well in the future. Yeah, like I said, this month, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do for the Patreon pack because of the channel. It was just so much work. Like, I've only, like, in the last few days started getting back into making music, so the month is already, like, halfway over. More than halfway over. So, but I'll try and get some stuff together. Like, there's some cool bass sounds in these two clips, and I'll probably do some resampling with these a little bit more, and maybe do some more tweaking, or do this same thing a couple of times with this, so that I get some more variations, and I can cut those up and put them in a sample pack, and there you go. We'll have some interesting bass sounds. Maybe a public live stream where the only submissions are Patreon. That way the patrons benefit, but you also benefit by allowing more people to be exposed to it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's actually a good choice. Might also get some people, some more people to become a patron, which is a good thing. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like it. But yeah, there's just some stuff like that. What I've been thinking about. If you have any ideas, by the way, feel free to always send me a message on either Discord, Twitter, or on Patreon itself. If you have any ideas for things that you think would be cool, feel free to submit them, because I'm always up for hearing what other people want. You know, like I can only think of what people would be, or I can only think of what people would like to see, or what people will find helpful. But a lot of times people will give me a suggestion, and I'll go like, oh, I'd never thought about that, you know? So, if you have any ideas, feel free to let me know. So I like this thing. So now it really only comes up in that last, in the last bar. We really have to tweak it a bit, but it's fine. It now comes up in the last bar because I wanted to do another effect here. We have 6 effect slots here in series, or parallel, whatever we want, but right now it's in series. Let's try a bit crusher. So if we assign combinate 1 to the downsample, we get that. So it gets really distorted there at the end. I kind of like that. Yeah, there's so much effects here as well that you can use. There's a lot of interesting ones. This Juno chorus is pretty cool. The reverb sounds pretty good as well in this one. That's quite nice. Let's do okay, so we have and then on the end, let's use combinate 1 in opposite direction. Do you hear that at the end? Almost like a weird distorted bass drum coming in. But that's cool. What else can we do? Like, just to show what now, if we just do here, like how we can now use this. This is really helpful now, because now I have this patch. And all I can do is I can literally just say, I don't want this one to be rhythmic, just switch it to this, now it's... Shouldn't you just be... Why you're still... Ah, okay, yeah. Now it's just a sustain pad. Quite some distortion, because I think it's clipping. But the rhythmic one works pretty good on this one. No, I'm just experimenting. Mm. Gonna get rid of the bit crusher, because I don't like it. I can move that there. Then let's take... I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. And we can take maybe the high pass in here. I think I'll do that as a separate... oh damn, which one is that? That one? Yeah. Okay. We'll do macro 4 to that one. Okay, let's save that one. Something like that, whatever. Well, oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. Be nice to me. Do we have atmosphere? Yeah, nice. Now, it's really easy to just use this one now for anything, basically, to just make different ones. Like, if I just take a different track, put that in here, it's still keeping our settings. So now we got something else. Take that one. See, so you can really easily make a different one. Move this around. Change the range of this. Brave steps. those ones right here are pretty cool. Almost like rave step kind of things. And if you want them to sound the same every time, bring this random start all the way down. And now it's really static. It's just the exact same thing every time. Ooh. Ooh. That's so interesting. By the way, if the macro of the reverb is all the way down, the reverb should also be all the way down. It sounds so cool. I hear a lot of the OTT. I hear that almost like disperser-like sound in it. Hmm? That first part works pretty well with drums like that. Ooh. See, you can hear how just playing with this, you're gonna get so many interesting things for a track. All you have to do now is, when you got these things, is you need to find out what it's doing, right? So you need to find out what the notes are playing and what these chords are. But it's a really interesting way of coming up with an idea for a track, because you just take a piece of music that you like, right? Find something you like, preferably something without drums, and then just start seeing what you can get out of that. And then, like this, for instance, let's say this progression. It's pretty sick. I can bounce at the audio and figure out what this is. It's the same note. It's the same note, but different interval or different inversion, I think. But you can really easily figure that out now, and just find a couple of those sections that you like the sound of, and basically build a track around it. And nobody will know where you got it from. Like, let's be honest. Unless you've been watching this stream. Basically. Couldn't we also move this thing at once? Like that. And then... where was the grid size? Where's the grid size again? Yo, am I blind? Wasn't there a grid size here? No, we cannot... Can we select them all at once? How do you move this up and down? I knew there was a way to move this entirely up and down, but... okay, I don't know. It's pretty cool. And changing this, you're gonna find different things. Now, this is like... yeah, but how do we change the grid size? That's the question. Okay, that was weird. Why can't I remove that one? What? Yo! How many are there? What? Hello? Ah. Yo. Remove. Oh. I think we bugged it. Sure. With movement. Like, you can do pretty cool stuff like that. I'm not sure why it's doing that. That's really weird. That's really weird. Because normally if you double click, it removes the point, but for some reason it drops it down. Not sure why. Anyways, that's an interesting thing. Nice patch. What else can we do? I need to take a real short break. I need to take a piss. Save, first of all. Let me grab an older one. Yeah, sure. Just so you have something to listen to while I'm gone. I'll be back in just a little bit. Short bathroom break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
You're free. You're free.
Okay, we're back. By the way, let me duplicate this pigments thing and quickly load up the patch that I saved, because otherwise I forget about it. Let's just go in here and go to my banks user and then that one. That's the original one. So now we have that one as well here. What should we do? Should we, how late is it? 11 o'clock. I would say about 2 hours of stream left. We can do more sound design. Or we can go into that other project that I've been working on. Let's do one more patch. One more base thing. Because we've only really made one base thing. I mean, it's two things, but it's the same patch. It's just a different variation on it. Let's do another base thing. What kind of base should we make? What kind of base should we try and make? Weird. Oops. It's kind of cool. Come on, give us a good one. Oh, not the penning. Let's not do that. Oh. Yeah, it's still there. I really don't like Serum's reverb. It's can also have this on one voice and then use the the chorus. And then we just set this to. Then we can use this. Yeah, the Serum reverb is absolutely shit. It's just a metallic piece of a mess, but yeah, what can you do? But that's a little bit of an interesting tone. Oh, you want to have a two-step pattern? I mean, it's fine with me. We can go for the two-step pattern. If that's what you so desperately crave. So distorted. Oh, that second high one. Oh, if we started from there, it doesn't do it. kind of cool. Definitely missing some high end on this. There we go. So weird. Not sure if I like it. Sounds a bit shit. Yeah, not sure this is one that we will actually save and use. But I wanna... What should we do? More sound design? Or go for... opening a project? I say we open a project. Two-step pattern is superior. I mean, yeah, it's good, but there's other ones. I would say there's definitely a time and place for the type of stuff that I'm loading up right now as well. I'm still not sure about what kind of bass to do on this track though. We had the bass line that I made, which kind of works, but I might want to try something else. But I'm not sure yet about that. I haven't opened the project since the last stream, so. So while Ableton is loading, any questions, any things you want to know? In case you don't, then I'll just put some stuff in the chat. You can join my Discord server using the link in the chat in just a little bit. I think it's loaded. Yeah, it's loaded. There we go. So, yeah, I've been working on this thing. Well, I have worked a little bit on it yesterday, but not really making any new things. Yo, what you doing? Okay. Yeah, we're really freezing, or are you actually... No, okay. It was still loading. I was like, is it freezing or is it loading? Anyways, yo, are you guys silently watching? Anyways, I'll play this thing the way it is right now. Let's see if the... Yeah, that is turned on. Love when that happens when unsafe changes. Yeah, that's a bit a bit scary sometimes, especially because Ableton doesn't always recover everything properly. Especially if you have like a patch you're working on, and the patch isn't saved yet. So you didn't save the project yet after making the patch. Especially if it's like a serum patch or something like that. I think Vital as well. Well, I think most plugins. It will just not save the patch. I use a lot of times the Ableton EQ as well. But it depends on what I'm doing. I do have a span on my master. Yeah, it happens with Serum all the time. Yeah, exactly. It's really annoying. Yeah, so I'll play what we have. And then we'll get into it. So let me first, before we do anything, check if everything is turned on. No. I think we had that. That one, I'm not sure, but I'll turn it on for now. Ah, the bases are all turned off. What was I doing here? Oh, yeah, I made the bass. Did you remember that I had this bass? And it sounded a bit shite. Like, especially on different pitches. See? It's like, certain pitches it works. But then others it sounded really weird. But it worked for some, but I wanted to see if I could make it. Well, I actually made it. So this one sounds pretty similar. But then better. Doesn't have that nasty distortion on top of it. And I was playing around with this one instead of this one. The curve is a bit different. If I change this one, I can make it a lot more like this one. And add slightly more distortion. But I found out how to make it. I was like, in the stream, I was trying out a D0. But that note, it's actually hitting a D1. See? It's hitting a D1 instead of a D0. So that's why I wasn't even getting close. I was like, why does it sound... Why can't I get that nice overblown sort of like distorted sound? And I was like, because I was making it an octave too low. So I have that one. I'll turn the old one on for now so that we can have the thing that we had. What's this? That's new. Okay, so this should be the old tune, I think. But most of the stuff that I'm happy with is kind of like the Pigment's atmosphere in the intro. I love the sound of that. It's a really nice sort of like sound. And the drums are really nice. The bass line, I'm not too sure yet about, so we'll see what we can do with that. You mean the stereo noises in Serum? Those are part of one of my Serum packs. One of my packs on my Patreon. I'm not entirely sure which pack it was, but it was one of the months. And you can download all the previous months if you sub to my Patreon, so... it's on there. Am I hearing it in mono or something? I think we were hearing it in mono. Now it's stereo though. Yeah, definitely. We were definitely hearing it in mono, and it's not been treated yet in terms of the frequency widening and shit. But I've been playing around a little bit with this one now, which I was remaking. So you can kind of hear we get a similar kind of tone out of that one, but without that nasty distortion on top. See? That. And I can also make this one longer because it's a synth. So I can also make like a really long one out of it, like, and get like some stuff like that out of it, which is kind of cool. I was playing around with this one instead of the other one to see if I could come up with something different, you know? Pretty low, but it's actually not that low. It's just an E0. It's just really low pass. Well, not even low pass. It's just a sine wave with a bit of extra saturation, but. yeah, I'm not sure what kind of base we can do here. What kind of base we should do in this drop. Like, I'm not feeling that whole thing at the moment, so let's see. What should we do? What should we do? Like, I like the notes in combination with that. Something like this. But what are we gonna do for it? get really weird shit. But it's not gonna be the right thing for this tune. No. Do an envelope on the sync oscillator of doing a pluck. Going counterclockwise like 35 shit would be dope. I like that serum skin. Serum skin you can grab from my Discord. It's in the pinned messages from the general channel. Yeah, not sure what to do with the bass of this tune. Quickly gonna check on my speakers, see if I get some ideas. Ever have that moment where you're listening to something and you go, yeah, I like that, but what next? And you have no idea? Well, that's me right now. That's me right now. Damn. It's a hard one. Let's do without these. Out the piano. Just those chords. What was the skill again of this? Was this regular minor? Or... let's see, I had this, which looks like a mess, but let me actually make it a different color so we can see the notes. Looks like a mess, but this is what the chords in the intro are doing, because they're made from a pigment sting. I put them through basically audio to MIDI to kind of figure out what it's doing. So it's doing an A to E to C, which would be C major. We are in D, I believe. Yeah, we were in D. So that's a regular minor. F, F, E, From the looks of it, we see some F here and some E there. Some more F here. That looks to be regular D minor. I don't want to do a Falcon tune with this. I don't like Falcon tunes that much. I think they're a bit overdone, honestly. Like, honestly, that pattern would be cool in that second half, I think. It works pretty well on this sort of like rhythm right here. My timing isn't that good, but bear with me. Ah, I'm not playing regular miner here. This is actually Phrygian. It's fine too, but interesting. If I'm quiet for just a while, that means I'm thinking. That means I'm thinking. I'm trying to think what to do. And so far, brain.exe is not responding. We'll get there eventually, but just as like with the other tunes. You get to a point where you have something that you really like, and then it's like, what are we gonna do with this? Where are we gonna take it? What is it gonna sound like? Where's those vocals coming from there? Hmm. Reese? Okay, got some ideas there. Could do a reason this tune. But how are we gonna start it? Let's see. How can we do that start? I'm gonna stop streaming. I don't really feel like I'm going anywhere with this one, so that'll be it for tonight. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll go through the other project, the sound design one, with the interesting bass things. There were some cool things in there that I need to chop up and put into samples and just put them in my sample folder so I can use them. Anyways, I'm gonna think about this tune. I'm gonna think what I'm gonna do with this one. Thanks for the live. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna see what I'm gonna do with this one. Like I really I like some parts of it. I really like the drums, but that's about the extent of what I really like. And I guess these chords are pretty cool. These ones are pretty nice. It's like a pretty nice atmosphere thing. And there's a couple of things like that vocal thing. That one is pretty cool. But other than that, it's all just a lot of I'm not sure. So probably gonna get me. It's probably gonna take me a couple of days to figure this one out. You know, try a whole bunch of stuff. Probably try a bunch of stuff that doesn't work, and then eventually get to something that does work. But that's the same thing as like with the other tracks, right? The other tracks had a similar thing. The ones that I've been working on, the other ones have been going pretty similar. Where I come up with something that I kind of like, and then I get a little stuck, and then I just sleep on it, or I think about it a bit, and then eventually I just get an idea, and then it all goes from there. And then it's all about like finding this one thing that makes me go, yeah, that is the tune. Like right now, I just have some good drums, and the drums by themselves are not the tune, right? It's we need something else that is gonna, and it could be bass, it could also be something else. Like it could also be a vocal, it could also be a synth, it could be anything basically. But something that is, yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily a hook, but something that makes you go, yeah, that is something that is gonna be the tune, if you get what I mean. And it's just we need to find that. That's the main thing. The drums are fine. We need to just find something that works well with those drums that we can build upon. And I clearly haven't found it yet. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. You can see me struggle. You're not the only one that's struggling. Everybody struggles. It's not just you. I know a lot of times people say that. It's like, oh, I'm always struggling. Yeah, but most people are. Like, don't get me wrong. Like even the biggest producers out there, they'll be making they'll be making hundreds of things, and from all of those, they might use 10 of them. You know, eventually, it's just like you're just looking for something. Especially with D&B, like Juke, it's often the same drum pattern, hence the need for cool sounds and sample, also structure and progression. Yeah, I guess, but I'm not too concerned about like if it's necessarily drum and bass or if it's necessarily gonna fit into that thing. What I'm concerned about is that I like it, you know, and that I like hearing it, that I think it sounds cool, and that could be anything. Like especially if we look at like the other tracks that I've been working on the last few months, they aren't really necessarily just straightforward drum and bass either. Like they all have something to it that is taking something from another genre or taking something from a completely different sort of like style, and trying to blend it with something else, which is they all do something, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I'll see what we're gonna do with this one. Might just resample the drums completely and then just see what I can do with it. But for now, I'm not sure. Like the other tracks are a lot further done than this one. This one is literally just the drums that are good. The other ones, the main idea is pretty much entirely there. It's just all the tracks. Most of the tracks that I have right now either need a second drop still, or they need like some variation here and there, and then of course a final good mix down. But this one is just like, this one I only have good drums. The rest is all meh. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can come up with something else and keep this one for a later release. That could also work, maybe. I was like, maybe this one can fit the other ones, because it's a bit of a different type of drum pattern than all the other ones, so it could definitely work, give some variety to the release that I've been working on. But then I need to find a good drop for this, or at least a good something that inspires me to further work on it. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you wanna be a member of my Discord, I'll drop the link in the chat right now. You can join my Discord if you want. If you wanna help support, you can support on Patreon, patreon.com/artifacts, but the link should be in the chat as well. Let's hope we don't break the bot, but you can join me there. Every month I'll drop a sample pack of some kind on my Patreon, and you will be able to download that. So check that out if you want. All the support is very welcome. It will help support these streams and support the music that I've been working on, obviously. So thanks for the people who have been supporting lately. You can also become a member of my YouTube channel if you want. A couple of people have been doing that already. And other than that, I don't really have much else to say. I'm a little bit tired tonight. So I'm gonna get some rest, and I'll be back on Friday for sure. Might stream on Wednesday. Not sure if I'm free on Wednesday. I think I am. Which would mean that I would probably stream on Wednesday evening as well. But I'll be back on Friday at 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time for sure. And if I'm gonna be streaming on Wednesday, I'll let you guys know on Discord and on Twitter. So just check out that at ArtifactsDNB on Twitter, by the way. So if you aren't following me there, then you can follow me there. And yeah, I'll see you guys again soon. So I don't have a lot to play right now because a lot of stuff is muted. So I probably should have done this already, but let's just do that. What is this? Is this one that we want? No. I think this should be the drop again. Am I right? Yeah, that's the drop again that we had. Okay, cool. Then we have an outro for the stream. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll be back soon. Peace.